this. Yes, so let's see, is this happening? Yep, this is happening. I need to now share, copy. Okay, so we've got that line, and we've got that line, and then we've got inner with inner. That line, right, and that's up, so the zoom's up. We can do the sound test if you want on Zoom. Do I do that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. You'll have to speak here. So I'll go and plug into Zoom and see if I can hear you talking. Assuming that the microphone on the Zoom is on. Let's check here. Yeah. Okay, got it. All right, let's see.
Good. We need it is not here.
Morning,
If
morning.
you can get that on first.
It just did.
Brought you a bottle of wine
Wow.
as a gift and a thank you and an apology for my tenseness last night.
The business was that.
Oh man.
Yes, it's working. Good.
Are you talking?
Okay, no, I'm trying in a different.
Yeah, that's on. That's great.
Could you hear it now?
Yep. I could hear myself speaking as a little delay.
Okay.
There we go.
This. On the Z, 1, 2. This. 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 It should be there. Audio is there. Audio is there. Audio. 1, 2. On the Z. Audio is there. Audio is there. On the Z.
Hello, and welcome to my presentation, which is focused.
This word here.
Hello, and welcome to my presentation, which is focused on simulating the normal heart condition.
One, two, one, one, two, 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 one, two, two, one, two, 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 one, two, two, one, two, 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 one, two, one, two.
Oh, no, 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 sorry.
This I said for you, we think it's our destiny. And know that we long to see it all. When both of us work so hard, sacrifice with our heart, there's something that guides beyond these walls. Streets, outside that I won't see the world. You know the thing I'm hurt. When I'm with you, it feels so good. Tell me what's up, tell me what's up, baby. Tell me what there's tell me what's up, tell me what's up, baby. Tell me what
This 1, 2. There's some more people still straggling in. In there, right? Okay, folks, I know that there are some more people still to come, and we have a couple online as well. I just want to go back to the program, please. So this morning we have two talks on some of the science inputs that we were asking for. We still have one talk left over from yesterday, which was Sarah's talk. We're going to put in after tea this morning. And then we have Dr. Fran Funwald, who's joining us today. We're very grateful for. And she's going to talk about the disease and I'll introduce it properly later. So I want to get going with the two inputs that we've talked about now. And that brings me to Malebo, who is our first speaker. And Malebo, as you know, has just handed in the PhD thesis. And she's also been working closely with me for the last couple of months. She's our, well, now she's officially our husband. She was our prospective husband. And so very glad that you are also, in addition to other work you've done for this meeting, for the questions.
Um, I'll be presenting one of the objectives, the results from one of the objectives of my PhD thesis, titled Examination of the Association between Temperature Variability and Cardiovascular and Respiratory Mortality in South Africa. The Health World Organization reports that 74% of all deaths that occurred globally are attributable to non-communicable diseases such as cardiovascular, cancers, diabetes, and with 86% of those that are occurring in low and middle income countries such as South Africa. Particularly in South Africa, between 2016 and 2018, mortality attributable to cardiovascular diseases increased from 18.6% to 18.9%, and mortality attributable to respiratory diseases decreased from 9.4% to 9.1%. So there are several studies, epidemiological studies that were conducted around the globe that investigated the association between temperature changes and mortality. But the results from those studies, they cannot always be generalized to what's happening in developing countries because of population differences, different weather different climate patterns and socioeconomic factors. So before I started with my studies, I also did a systematic review just to see how many studies were conducted on the impact of temperature changes and mortality. So in the systematic review, I included different metrics for temperature variability, such as diurnal temperature range, temperature changes between neighboring days. So at the end, there were 44 studies that met the inclusion criteria, but only one study was conducted in Africa, which investigated the relationship between diurnal temperature and hospital admissions due to pneumonia in Limpopo. So consequently, for this objective, I investigated the relationship between temperature variability and mortality in 5 South African cities located in different climate zones. I purposefully selected my study location so that, one of the reasons was because of availability of data, and also because the results can be generalized to other locations with a similar population distribution and climate conditions. So my study is a time series study. I used mortality data from Statistics South Africa and meteorological data from South African Weather Service. And I also investigated the confounding effect of temperature of air pollutants on the association. And the exposure variable that I was interested in, I calculated it as a standard deviation of the minimum and maximum temperature during exposure days. So this index, it accounts for both intraday and intraday temperature fluctuations. Previous studies showed that the effects of temperature variation can last up to several days after exposure. So this index accounts for those delayed effects. To analyze or to estimate the risk, followed a 2-stage analytical approach, where in the first stage, I performed city-specific I'm almost halfway. This is just the Prisma diagram for the systematic review that I was talking about. And here's the study location, my study location, showing that they are all located in different climate zones. So as I was saying, I followed a 2-stage analytic approach, where in the first stage, I ran distributed lag nonlinear models combined with quasi-Poisson regression for each city. Then in the second stage, I combined all the city-specific results so that I can get a national estimate. So, and one of the things is that with my study, I found that the association between temperature variability and mortality was not linear. This is contrary to what most studies have found. They found a linear relationship. So because it was linear, then I had to introduce that DLM component. This figure just shows how complex the relationship is. So yeah, like it depends on I have to account for lags, like the risks differ by exposure days. So it's a 3D graph. In total, I had about 240 14,000 cardiovascular diseases and 115, approximately 115,000 respiratory diseases across all the 5 cities. And the general results that I got was that there's a positive relationship between mortality and temperature variability, and that the relationship, or rather the positive effects, last up to 7 days after exposure. And contrary to what most studies found, they found that the risks are higher at longer exposure days. But in my study, I found that higher risks were observed immediately a day after exposure. And I also found that the elderly and females were more vulnerable to die from cardiovascular diseases in all of my 5 cities except for Cape Town and Gqeberha. And generally, the risks of cardiovascular diseases were higher in Gqeberha. So this plot here just shows a summary of all my results. So I did stratified analysis by age group and by gender, and also by different exposure days. So with the first day, temperature variability and mortality at short exposure days, and with graph B showing the relationship at longer exposure days. So we can see from, we can see that generally in Gqeberha, the risks were higher as compared to other cities, especially for short exposure days. And in terms of respiratory mortality, I did not see any differences by age, but with gender, females appeared more vulnerable, especially in Bloemfontein and Durban, whereas in Cape Town and Johannesburg, males appeared more vulnerable. And overall, the risks for respiratory diseases were higher in the cities that were inland as compared to the coastal cities. And this is the same figure that, or similar figure that I explained earlier. Here we can see that with Bloemfontein, the risks are higher on most, for most of the subgroups. And to obtain the national estimates, I performed a meta-analysis, and I also assessed the risks at different reference points, which were at the 25th percentile, 75th percentile, and the 99th percentile. So we can see for all ages combined, significant risks were observed when temperature variability was referenced at 25 percentile, and also for the less than 65 age group, the risks were significant at longer exposure days for when temperature variability was at reference at 75%. And similarly with for the elderly, and I did not observe any significant results for by gender. And I did not include the results for cardiovascular diseases because, yes, they were positive, but they were not significant. So in conclusion, my study showed that temperature variability is associated with increased risk of mortality in different cities. And also, I think this study highlights the importance of performing region-specific studies, epidemiological studies, as we also that the results of the vulnerable populations differed by location, and also the importance of analyzing for different exposure days, that sometimes the risk can be immediate and sometimes they can be delayed. You.
And obviously very relevant what you're going to talk about later. Going away, there might be a question. I just wanted to point out that what I like about the study is public, right? It's the one that's published in Parliament and public. What nice about this is that easily Ireland. Also, I was thinking to various villages. I think this is very number of no, it's very key.
And that is very interesting. Thank you. And very pertinent to the sort of work that we are starting to look at. I just wanted to check with you. I didn't quite get the indicators. I'm sorry, I'm not a climate scientist, so forgive me for asking stupid questions, but I'm trying to learn. There's a stronger association between cold and respiratory diseases than heat. And I just wondered whether this took that into account.
Not look at comparative study.
The variability.
Variability. Yeah.
Well, maybe a little bit more from the climate science perspective, I guess. Were you able to link these increases in deaths or mortality with specific climatic episodes? For instance, Berg winds in Port Elizabeth. I mean, were you able to see some interesting spikes in the data, which we can then directly use to identify atmospheric circulation associated with that?
Extreme events, right?
Yes, were you able to identify case studies of extreme events that we can link to certain circulation patterns?
Question of, we haven't got to yet. Now we didn't much of the Hera. I want to say that the student of change picture. A lot of really easily show from the data that you thought. But yeah, looking let's not be.
So my question is related to that. You said temperature variability, but what kind of time scale you are talking about this variability? Like daily or weekly? Or... So we are taking daily data and only maximum temperature, or you are taking both minimum and maximum temperature? Minimum. And
The index of temperature variability is given us.
so you're using that index, UPCMI or something you're saying.
But then in my model, I also take into account other climate variables, for example, wind temperature, control for that. And I also control for relative humidity.
And
There's a published index that we use, yeah?
It's
Did we do it
yeah. Yeah.
We're not supposed to look at what we think. There are this index of two different parts.
the ECMWF is providing that index. You're using that index or you calculated by yourself?
I use the
The ECMWF index?
no, But yeah, the other, so like there are different indexes for temperature variability. For example, diurnal temperature and also this one that I used. So I think like the other possible work that I can do is to just compare with all the different indexes. So there's no room for
So why I'm asking this, the CMWF index seems like working for Europe. But it's not working for many other areas. So you should be careful about that as well.
I'm still interested in apply and more. Temperature range in the question. Any more questions? One more. Yeah, good. Thanks very much. So next we have again, sorry, it's Sia. Don't put the name of Sia. Who happens to also be in Canada. I'm trying to finish my lunch country. But see, I'm going to the London Institute.
we should be the whole of some of these. So this data suggests that they are changing in the first quarantine and we can see that first line climate change. So foreign operations are major contributors to energy that affect about 20 million of participants. Now, these often cause respiratory allergies such as rhinitis, hepatitis, and asthma, and the most important cause of pregnancy. Now, vaccines form part of the largest companies that have about 12,000 species that are widely distributed, and there are variations in their time and intensity are brought about by the educational differences and the climate change influence on the environmental conditions. So monitor plan to provide real-time counts on changes to aid in management of pollen allergies. There are many pollen had a very nice dance. It's okay. Otherwise, I'll just have to paint the picture in your head. It just showed there's different a lot of monitoring stations that are in the northern hemisphere, and we also like I think about 2 or 3 in the southern hemisphere. Now that is very concerning because despite these are areas with very different geographies, and there is much focus on this work in the southern hemisphere. So we're saying we have the longest term data that is spanning over 4 decades. So that data is from pollen monitoring that started in Cape Town, which has now spread to almost 11 sites across the country as of the establishment of the South African pollen network in 2019. So for most of the sites, we have been monitoring with manuals for track instruments, but with the recent collaboration with the South African Weather Services, the Ecology Department, we are now introducing an automated system of monitoring this pollen. And then these instruments are placed in 6 of the sites that we monitor. So the data that we have, we sourced it from archives that was sampled from 2 sites. This is data from any data that could go for something that was for monitoring that was done in Redcross Hospital, which was then moved toward 2010 to the South African Astronomical Observatory sites. I'm very sorry about this. Yeah. I'm missing figures again. So I'm just gonna portray it on how we actually prepare these samples for analysis. Those are the missing pictures. But basically what we have there is the spot track that we use to sample this pollen, which is a volumetric a electric tag that samples pollen continuously for 7 days. So it's aspirates air and impacts it on a adhesive tape that collects it at a 10 liters per minute flow. So then the tape is then changed to weekly sections and prepared for analysis. So how we do this analysis? So we identify and count this pollen using a light microscopy, but it is done by expert and biologists. So we estimate the absolute concentration of the grain in the atmosphere using by applying pollen metrics to the actual row counts that we do under the microscope. So we then use this data to generate weekly reports that are continuously updated on our website. And also Prof. Peter has these early morning shows on Fridays every week to provide an update on this data. So how do we define our grass pollen season? So we look at 2 factors or variables. That is the threshold level and the duration. And then for this we look at put into consideration the seasons that the pollen start and end dates, and also the peak dates that are found in the seasons to be able to define the season. Now, one of 2 of the factors that are major contributors to the changes in our seasonal trend are the local vegetational habits and also the grass species that are distributed in different regions. And also put into consideration climatic factors such as changes in temperatures, the humidity, and influences. So we are still currently doing our statistical analysis of this data. And for the analysis, we are focusing on the comparison of seasonal and shifts from the early periods to the recent periods. We are putting into consideration the developments, the urban development of the land, and we're also considering the effects of environmental conditions that aggressively changing due to climate change. So we're also incorporating data on OTC antihistamines medications, and we're also linking this data with clinical cases on respiratory allergy prevention. Now, there are observable changes in the grass pollen trends with climate change. And whilst the precise impact of climate change on pollen sensitivity is still an ongoing area of study, there is evidence that it significantly contributes to the changes in grass pollen sensitivity and the worsening of pollen allergy symptoms. Now, these underscore the need to further comprehend the intricate interplay between climate, grass pollen, and energy sensitivity. So some of our ongoing work includes being able to developing an approach or introducing an approach in South Africa for being able to species between grass species. That is metabiology, looking deeper into the DNA of these species to be able to tell them apart, rather because with light microscope we were unable to differentiate between the different species of grasses. Now, being able to accurately identify grass pollen to the species help a species level also help us to be able to understand which species are mostly affected by this climate change, because despite the cross-reactivity between grass pollen species, patients often experience different sensitized patterns of stimulation for different species. So one of our focuses on the moment, at the moment with our project is to address the allergy and asthmatic pandemic and its epidemic in South Africa. That is to try and improve our legislative framework to include a monitoring of semi-natural contents, and also to develop an open and trusted communication channels that will provide reliable, accurate, and timely information on these allergens in real time. We are also encouraging further research on the effects of pollen exposed on health to include the presence of other pollutants based on these insights. We are also facilitating the development and infrastructure, the development of technology and infrastructure to further extend the applications of the soil into the applications. On our side, thanks so much.
Right. The field of work, giving a growth in ability, which are mortality. Really just make relationship that can be built between climate especially as seasons start to change, climate change starts to change, the knowledge of plants are impacted by these changes. Then we see much more than complex relationship, which we need to understand. Let me just see if there are any questions on the floor. Any questions? I want to just make a comment. I was going to try and show you a slide to augment the story. We've been looking at, some of you might know, we've got some really good data from some of the pharmacy companies on the sale of a basket of respiratory medicine, which is a really rich data set. It's a daily data set going back 10 years. So you can see a very nice seasonal pattern in the sales of over-the-counter respiratory medicine. And they are really seasonal, and it's no surprise that the winter months they'll sell more, and the summer months they'll sell less. The two interesting features are that the peak is in about June, July. No surprise, that's when everyone gets sick of pancake, right? Then it comes down, and in September it goes up again. And it goes up again, and mostly because of the following. And speaking to this group, there's a lot of work also on fungal spores and a whole variety of different allergens. But thank you very much for that input. Last chance for any points or questions? I'm going to introduce Pamela and Bingo to you. So we're very lucky to get Pamela. In fact, Pamela, I've been planning to meet for quite a few months, and we have no excuse because she lives down the road. But we're part of each other in the supermarket. So okay, so Pamela is a doctor, a real doctor. Sorry, I have to just tell a quick joke. I did my PhD research on Professor Eric Morley's and we had a cartoon on the door. And it was a cartoon of a maitre d' taking a book in for a table at the restaurant. So this is up to sleep at 8 for 8 o'clock. Now, is that a real PhD or merely a tendency? University. And so she's done clinical medicine, she's in the pharmacology department, she's done work on TB, apparently she's done some work on smoking, so that would be ironing, smoking on the side here, looking at drug-resistant TB, but she's moved more into the burden of disease research unit now, setting up some local mortality surveillance systems in the Western Cape, training doctors, mostly on the cause, the medical certification of the cause of death. And so she's also been working on the national burden of disease and comparative risk assessment. And so it's really useful for us to have this perspective to kind of understand what the thinking is in SAMRC and in the burden of disease process. So Pamela, thank you very much. Let me just load your talk. Yeah, but it's already done. Right, good.
Thanks, Neville, and thanks very much for inviting me to be here. It's quite exciting and rather intimidating. I am the NBCHB, so they're like the lower level doctor, not the PhD. So I did medicine and then I moved into public health, and I've been working in the burden of disease research unit at the MRC. And we are planning our next national burden of disease study and a comparative risk analysis, which identifies the main risk factors driving that burden. And obviously, climate change is one of the big ones. You will know better than I how complicated it all is. So at this stage, we're only looking at non-optimal temperature. So I thought I would just give you some information on what a burden of disease study is and what a comparative risk assessment is, and then find out, sort of ideas about data sources, etc. So how do I page down? No, I go on the arrow. Here we go. So before I start, I need to share the SAMRC statement, which recognizes the catastrophic and persisting consequences of colonialism and apartheid, and acknowledges the SAMRC's historic role and silence during apartheid, and their commitment to committing capacities and resources to the continued promotion of justice and dignity in health research in South Africa. Sorry. Okay. So what is burden of disease? So it's a comprehensive
measure of the health status of a nation, which assesses both ill health and causes of death. So it includes fatal and non-fatal outcomes. It also tries to derive consistent and coherent estimates of all causes of death. You will, if you look at the medical literature, you'll see the advocates of pediatric health will say that's the biggest burden, or the TB people will tell you TB is the biggest burden, HIV. And when you add up their estimates, it comes to much more than the mortality in the country, actually. So this is really a way to try and be more sort of systematic about it. So how do we measure burden of disease? It's a single measure. It's called the Disability Adjusted Life Year, the DALY, and it attempts to use time to equate death with disability, if that's possible. So how it's done is mortality is measured in years of life lost due to premature mortality. So we have the number of deaths and the life expectancy at the age of death. So a child of 4 will have, say, 65 years of life lost, whereas an adult of 45 will only have, 40 years or whatever, depending what the life expectancy is at the time. There are 2 other factors that have been considered in some burden of disease studies. One is discounting, and that takes into account that people tend to value years lived now more than years lived in the future. I'm not sure whether we're still using it. I know we started with 3% in the first one and we reduced it to 1.5%. I'm not sure if we haven't really got there yet. The other thing is age weighting, which has basically fallen by the wayside. Age weighting basically gives a higher weight to deaths in the economically active age groups, with the sort of idea that the young and the very old are dependent on the economically active ones, so that there's a bigger impact on society if those economically active ones die. But one can debate the sort of moral values of that. Then the years lived with disability are, basically what you need to know there is the prevalence of a certain disease, how long you expect it to last. And then what's important is that you weight it according to severity. And the severity is weighted against death. So you have to think, being a paraplegic, how does that compare to being with deaths between 0 and 1? So you choose a weighting factor there. And then the DALY is a combination of the 2. Right, so that's disability adjusted life. So you may ask, why do we do these? So first of all, vital registration, which is the recording of deaths in a country and the causes of death, can often not be accepted on face value. These need to be interrogated very carefully and triangulated with other data sources to make sure that these figures are coherent and consistent. So the burden of disease studies would start with an envelope of complete mortality. So you can't go over that. That's your boundary. And you'll find that vital registration data often has to be adjusted for completeness of death registration. In South Africa, for adults, that's over 90%. It's increased a lot since 1994. For children, it's about in the 80s, but also quite high. The next thing that we have to do, and particularly in South Africa, is we have to adjust for the quality of the cause of death information. You cannot believe the HIV estimates, HIV reported deaths. They are way underreported, and the reason for that is doctors are still reluctant to report HIV as an underlying cause on the death certificate. So they will report the TB or the diarrhea or the pneumocystis, whatever the immediate cause was, and not mention the HIV. So that's very important. We need to adjust for that. And one of the big reasons for this is that our government would not implement the rollout of ARVs in the mid-2000s because they said HIV was, accounted for about 3% of the deaths at that stage. So that it's very important that doctors get this accurate, that they report accurately. Then the other big problem we have is a very inaccurate mortality cause profile. So the reason for this is there's what we call a manner of death, which tells you whether a death is due to a natural cause, to a homicide, to a suicide, or to an accident or undetermined. And we do not have that manner of death on our death certificate, which is not according to international recommendations. So we don't get that information. We cannot code our injuries properly. So we've had to do surveys to work out what the actual proportions are. So don't believe the injury mortality data. You can maybe take the total, but you can't take the causes. And then we also have ill-defined causes of deaths where doctors perhaps don't really know what's there or what the cause is, or they don't know how to certify, and they'll just write something like cardiac arrest. Everybody dies of cardiac arrest. Your heart stops beating, basically. That's what it means. So there are lots of those conditions that doctors will use when they're not sure. And then there are other causes that are actually not valid as a cause of death that doctors will also use, and I won't go into those too much. Just another problem with our cause of death data in South Africa, and anybody can push for it to be released earlier, we would be very grateful. There are long delays in releasing the report. Our last report is from 2018, and we have been through a global pandemic with massive increases in mortality in South Africa due to COVID. And we have not seen one death certificate, since 2018. Okay, so now just to explain to you what is an arrow here. Okay, so these are graphs from 1997 to 2000, 2005, and 2017. You will see them. Yeah. Okay. So we start in very bit 1997, 2000, 2005, and 2012. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's very delayed. We are trying to hurry things up, but it's actually quite a long process. So what we've got here on the left is the number of deaths. The y-axis is number of deaths, and on the x-axis is the age group. And then the colors in the stacked bars are, the green is the sort of the green at the top is injuries. The blue is non-communicable diseases. The red is HIV, AIDS, and TB, and we've put those two together because they very often they are comorbid. And then the purple is communicable diseases, perinatal conditions, maternal causes, and nutritional deficiencies. They're sort of what we refer to as the pre-transitional or the poverty-related diseases. So if we look at 1997, you can see that the red bars, which are HIV, are quite fairly low in comparison with 2005, the increase, and in 2000 they increased, 2005 they're at their peak, and in 2012 they're coming down. So in 2006 the ARV program was rolled out, and that's had a massive impact on mortality in South Africa. You can also see the age groups so the purple conditions, the perinatal, maternal, etc. Obviously, the perinatal and infections are they cause a lot of mortality in young children. The HIV and TB is mostly in your sort of young adults, sexually active adults. The green injury is also in the young, mostly males, young adult males, the testosterone, violence, alcohol, all of those things. And then your non-communicable diseases, the blue ones, obviously increasing as one gets older. So that's sort of how we get a picture of what's happening in health over time. Oh, no. Yeah, I know. Okay, now unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see this very well, but this is just really showing you the leading causes of death. On the right is 2012, and you'll see HIV is the leading cause of death. Cerebrovascular disease or stroke is number 2. Then there's lower respiratory infections, and that ties in with both these previous studies. Ischemic heart disease, tuberculosis, diabetes, hypertensive heart disease, interpersonal violence, road injuries, diarrhea are the top 10 causes. And what's interesting to me is that a lot of these conditions are associated with non-optimal or are aggravated by non-optimal temperature. So I thought that was quite, that's useful for climate scientists to know. So then if we look at the leading causes of years of life lost, now remember, here we are adding in the years, the age at which a person dies. So it's going to emphasize the deaths that occur at younger ages. And obviously the most preventable or avoidable or the ones one should prioritize because you're going to gain more by addressing those. So HIV is still right at the top and bigger percentage, stroke, and then you'll see lower respiratory infections, TB, interpersonal violence, road injuries, and diarrhea all move up above ischemic heart disease, diabetes, and hypertension. Okay, so then just to show you, we can compare, and this is using just death rates. We can do for dailies and so on, but this is the easiest one to understand is age standardized death rates by province. So we're adjusting for age here because there are big differences in the age distributions in different provinces. So this is showing the age standardized death rates by those 4 broad categories: injuries, non-communicable, HIV and TB, and communicable diseases for each of those 4 years, 1997, 2000, 2005, and 2012. And we've got South Africa on the left, and then the provinces. Western Cape is the next one, Limpopo, Gauteng, Northern Cape, Northwest, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Free State, and then KwaZulu-Natal. And you can see that the differences in age standardized death rates by province are driven particularly by the HIV rates. So you can see KZN has got the highest. But you can also see how they've come down between 2005 and 2012, and they've come down further since then until COVID happened. Okay, sorry, I've gone back. Okay, so that's burden of disease. The next thing is looking at a comparative risk assessment, which, as I mentioned earlier, it identifies the most important modifiable risk factors driving the burden. So something that we can do something about. And then we quantify the burden associated with exposure to these risk factors. And this is really key for prioritizing prevention programs, etc. So this is just a diagram showing you risk factors from distal on the far left, which we didn't look at, which is, social, political, economic, demographics, so poverty, inequalities, gender, etc. Then there's the proximal, which are the behavioral and environmental risk factors. So they're divided into 4 groups: lifestyle, which is physical inactivity, what you eat, what you drink, whether you use any addictive substances like smoking or alcohol. Then there's social interaction, unsafe sex, and violence. And then the environmental factors. And what we've looked at up till now have been water, sanitation, hygiene, indoor smoke or indoor air pollution, urban air pollution, and lead exposure. And that, I think, is where obviously the climatic factors would fit in going forward. And then there's undernutrition and various of those. Then if we move closer to the outcomes, there are the physiological and the pathophysiological factors or risk factors. So if you have hypertension, if you have diabetes, if you have dyslipidemia, high BMI, if you smoke, if you're addicted to alcohol or tobacco, and so on, then leading to the health outcomes. And then I just, obviously climate change would fit into there, and we'll think more about that in a minute. So if we want to calculate what we call the attributable burden to a specific risk factor, we need to know, one, the burden of disease. We need to know what the outcomes are related to exposure to the risk factor, or what diseases are caused by exposure to the risk factor. We need to know the prevalence of exposure to the risk factor in the population. We need to know the relative risk in the exposed group versus the unexposed for each outcome. And when we talk about exposure, we need to define what do we mean by exposure. There needs to be a theoretical minimum risk exposure level. And, how do we define that? So it's fairly easy for the categorical risk factors like smoking and alcohol, where the theoretical minimum is obviously 0. But for continuous risk factors, you can't have 0 blood pressure or, that sort of thing. So you've got to define a theoretical minimum value or range of values that would count as, the minimum, where the minimum risk is. So once we, so then to work out the population attributable fraction so the attributable fraction of that condition that's due to a certain risk factor, we use this formula where P is prevalence of the exposure and RR is the relative risk. And I'm not going to go into that. I'm sure you're all better mathematicians than me. And then once you have the population attributable fraction, you just multiply the burden by that attributable fraction. So this is the results from our CRA. Unfortunately, very outdated, 2012, but showing unsafe sex is the highest, interpersonal violence, the second highest. Then the blue ones are all the sort of non-communicable disease clusters, so high body mass index, systolic, high blood pressure. And then the environmental risk factors that we looked at were water, sanitation, and hygiene in the yellow, and ambient air pollution, and then which was PM 2.5 and ozone. Now I'm going to just, and to be honest, the modeling side of this I can't tell you about because it was done by the boffins at SASREAX, who may be here, I don't know. But basically, I think this is probably the closest to what we would require to look at non-optimal temperature, because we're going to have to take in similar factors into account. So basically, we needed a population-weighted ambient air pollution concentrations. So population data we got from Census 2011. Hopefully, we'll be able to use Census 2021, although there's some big problems with that. And then we had, there was PM 2.5 and ozone, and I'm not going to go into those. I honestly couldn't tell you how they did all that analysis. But they transformed that into gridded distribution and then included, weighted that by population. Okay, and then the relative risks. So here we have integrated exposure response curves that I think we used from the GBD. And then the attributable burden was burden of disease. And I'm sure you all know the outcomes associated with air pollution, respiratory problems, lung cancer, ischemic heart disease, chronic obstructive airways disease, and so on. And then the other thing I just wanted to point out is that we weighted the population at district level for our exposure. And the reason for that, and I know with climate, you may want to go to smaller units of area, but for mortality, it's very difficult to get data lower than district level. If you get it at district level, you're actually quite lucky. So, and, you know, we have to, and there's some issues with the location. So I'll go into those later. So I've borrowed this slide from the Global Burden of Disease, or IMI, who've been the proponents of this, Global Burden of Disease studies and the CRA. And with their 2019 study, they introduced non-optimal temperature. So, you also know this more better than I do, but so you've got climate and weather, human exposure to heat waves, extreme weather, temperature, precipitation, whatever else. And then it can cause direct effects on people, and that's mostly the temperature-related illness and death, or the indirect effects, which is, your contamination pathways and transmission dynamics, and, that's the waterborne, vector-borne effect of water and food shortage and so on, and some people are working on that. We have decided to stick to the direct effects. That's complicated enough for us. We'll take it one bite at a time. So I think you probably also know the effects of thermoregulation and how the body deals with excess heat. So we cool our bodies by sweating. The sweat, as it evaporates, it cools the skin. Our peripheral blood vessels dilate to also release more heat through radiation. So that increases blood flow to the surface of the skin. And then warming by just the opposite. Your vasoconstrict the external, so it keeps the warm blood, internally. Thermogenesis, shivering, and then there's hormonal thermogenesis as well that I'm looking at. So there are some health effects, obviously, of this physiological response to heat. Increased sweating can lead to dehydration, electrolyte imbalances that can have impacts on heart rhythm, etc. Hemoconcentration, which can increase your risk of clotting. And your peripheral vasodilatation increases cardiac demand. So people with existing cardiovascular disease are at risk for things like cardiac ischemia, myocardial infarction, or stroke. And then interesting, and I only discovered this recently because I've really only recently started looking at this, but heat affects some key metabolic pathways involved in the development of insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. So it can precipitate diabetes in people with impaired glucose tolerance, and it can lead to acute metabolic decompensation in people that have got diabetes already. And I haven't been here, but I've been listening to all the previous days' talks from my desk at home. And I heard a discussion about heat stroke yesterday and how would that be coded, etc. So just to tell you how heat stroke kills you, first of all, there's a failure of the thermoregulation system. So your body then your skin gets dry, and then you end up sort of warming up to the ambient temperature. There's direct cellular damage due to heat all over, brain included. And then there's a systemic inflammatory response where the body secretes cytokine, and that gives a range of problems. So the organ system dysfunctions that result are respiratory failure, mostly due to that systemic inflammatory response, cardiovascular, the arrhythmias, heart attacks, neurological, as I said, the brain barrier gets more permeable, and then toxins can reach the brain. Brain cells are are killed, and specifically the cerebellum. So when you see those athletes bleeding all over the place, you know, when they're reaching the end of an ultra marathon or something, that's what's happening there. And there's long-term sequelae in 75% who get heat stroke with neurological problems. Then there's renal failure, and how this happens is that there's muscle damage due to the heat. And when the muscle tissue breaks down, it produces this myoglobin that has to be excreted through the kidneys, and it causes problems, you know, in the kidneys. Acute hepatitis, disseminated intravascular coagulation. And then because the gut, the blood flow, there's less blood flow because of all these other problems. There's less blood flow to the intestine, and also the membranes become sort of more permeable, and the bacteria that are in your gut move to other sites and can cause sepsis. So I'm sort of taking a step back here now, and these are the outcomes associated with non-optimal temperature that the global burden of disease are using. So ischemic heart disease, stroke, hypertension, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, lower respiratory disease, COPD. And somebody mentioned mental health and homicide, that there's an increase in homicide in hot weather, and suicide, and injuries can be related to mechanical injuries can be related to heat and cold, transport-related injuries, and then drowning. More people swim when it's hot, and some people can't swim, you know, they get themselves into trouble. So this is the global burden of disease, the modeling that they did towards working out the attributable burden. And this is sort of the estimation framework. So for their exposure data, they used ERA5. You'll know much better than I do. And I believe that that data is not so good for South Africa. So if there's better data here, that would be great. Then in the middle, you'll see that graph is showing you the relative risk of mortality on the one axis, by temperature on the x-axis, and you can see it's a U-shaped curve. So at cold levels, there's a high relative risk for whichever mortality, you know, whichever cause we're talking about, going down to a sort of a optimal minimum risk area, or the theoretical minimum risk exposure, and then going up again with heat. There's only one that is linear, and that one is drowning. Okay, so then we go through the path, relative risk path, and then calculate the burden. And I am showing you this with a bit of concern, because this presentation is not on the website anymore. They had a series. So this is the results from the global burden of disease comparative risk analysis for non-optimal temperature. At the bottom are the deaths, and at the top are the days. And the conditions, the dark blue is cardiovascular disease, the lighter blue is chronic respiratory, and then the light blue is diabetes and kidney disease. And then the red is respiratory infections and TB. And then the greens are different injuries. So self-harm and interpersonal violence, transport, and unintentional injuries. So you can see at low temperatures, you know, there aren't any, you know, there's no burden, or burden is lower for the injuries, whereas, you know, it's higher for cardiovascular and respiratory. And then at high temperatures, that's where the injuries get counted. I'm interested in the fact that they're respiratory infections in TB here, and I think this ties in with the work that was presented earlier. I don't know the mechanisms for that, but it'd be very interesting to pursue that. They also did, well, I mean, they basically based this on 9 countries, of which South Africa was one. And so down at the bottom in the middle, not sure, is this shown? Anyway, you can see it down there in the middle, and you can see that low temperatures cause much more, it has a higher attributable burden than high temperatures. And it's driven largely by respiratory infections and cardiovascular disease. Okay. So, and I probably won't see this one either, but so this is the study that they did where they did a global burden of 87 risk factors in 204 countries and territories from 1990 to 2019. And for the first time, they included non-optimal temperature, which is sort of somewhere in thank you very much. Okay, so that's non-optimal temperature there. For, no, that's female, and on here is male. And I think they came up with a number of about 1.6 million deaths, but I must see from the connection. Then there's another group from, well, you can see it, I probably will recognize some of these names from, but it was based, I think the driving force was the Australian, some Australian university, where they looked not at deaths by cause, but average annual excess deaths due to non-optimal temperature. And up at the top, sorry, these are really small, they're showing overall, in the middle is cold effects, and then at the bottom are heat-related effects. And so you can see Africa seems less affected by heat than by cold. Okay, so I don't know whether we should stop now and carry on or how we should go. Okay. I've got an answer there. Oh my goodness.
So thank you very much. It's really fascinating. I guess, let me just start by asking you this. When we say that the Durban floods killed, how many people? Last one? 500 plus people. And those people go to a morgue and get certified as dead. What appears on their certificate? Drowning, one of assuming, right?
Yeah.
But somehow or other we end up saying 500 people died because of the storm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they went.
Yes, they won't say the storm, but I guess ultimately, we do want to know if we can attribute it to an environmental incident somehow.
Yeah.
That was just one thing that's crossed my mind.
I mean, it's something that you should consider to have really tick off on the like the name.
I mean, from our point of view, obviously, it would be very good to know.
There are other ways to
attribute. Yeah, there are other ways. And then, so I guess that my question before that one was, how do we put climate in as a risk, risk to be exposed to? So you might say non-optimal temperature, but there are a whole lot of other climate risks which we need to consider into that. Let me just think.
Yeah, if you can tell us how the work has taking into account the vectors and the blah blah blah.
So that's where it gets very complicated. Then I wanted to ask, in the global burden of disease, I didn't see diarrheal disease listed, which is very interesting. I wanted to know why. I see that there is non-optimal temperature, and just because warmer temperatures tend to,
Those were the risk factors. Those weren't that wasn't the burden. That was the attributable risk due to non-optimal temperature. Yes, diarrhea would probably be in there. Let's look back. Yeah, you see, in the developed world, they don't die of diarrhea. Let's just have a look. Mhm.
I can see it here. Oh, okay, so they are counted there. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it gets very complex when we start to talk about the exposure to a risk, because how long a heat wave lasts, as my levels were for showing this temperature variability. These are all kinds of different stresses, physiological stresses, which somehow we have to account for. Okay, that's more of a statement in my question. But really fascinating stuff, and obviously open to lots of research questions. Right, let's start. Who had their hand up first? Okay, we're going to go 1, 2, 3. I'll give you this one.
Okay, fascinating conversation. So I'm at Northwest University and we do a lot of work in the air quality and ambient air pollution space. And it's interesting to think about the term non-optimal temperature and also the ambient air pollution in isolation of each other. But they aren't, because in the IFAL context, when it's cold, people burn in non-optimal housing, with non-optimal ventilation. With that, we have a atmospheric feature, which is our persistent high pressure system. There's no circulation at all. So it's particularly in the South African context, but the concept of non-optimal temperature and ambient air pollution, I think is a strong correlation with that. And then, if I may, a quick second comment. I was quickly Googling now. The non-optimal temperature also probably has an effect on your respiratory rate during different activities. So I was reading, and for both cold and warm temperatures, your respiratory rate increases. You can correct me if I'm wrong. That's just, and then we do a little bit of other work, and what's been interesting for me is to learn that when your respiratory rate increases, your natural filtration mechanisms kind of shut down. So you go from nasal to oral breathing. So then that PM effect, that ambient air pollution effect, is also exacerbated. So just from an atmospheric science perspective, some comments.
Yeah, thank you. In this mini workshop that we may or may not have, those were some of the questions I wanted to ask you. What other factors, environmental factors, not just climate, but other environmental factors one should take into account when we decide how to, on an indicator to, correlate with mortality or whatever. So those sort of insights would be very helpful. Yeah. So, okay.
So much for joining us today, and it's one overview given us. My question is also about the manner of technologies important. And in this case, another very, very prominent issue for, I think, this community activity today is to understand better heat induced things in South Africa and Southern Africa. And of course, I guess in the depths, because we also won't find heat wave or heat stress, but maybe heart attack, stroke. Is there any way in which these heat induced things can be in some way quantified? Can this perhaps be done with these excess depth statistics that developed during COVID? Like to hear your view on this.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about that a bit later, but just to say that a very sort of obvious heat stroke death will be classified, will be coded as heat stroke, which is the numbers are very small, except in 2016, it went up to like 93 and the average is about 20 a year. So, but I mean, I'm sure there are a lot more. And those are like really the obvious ones. I think the elderly that responding to heat, probably they would go down as whatever the underlying condition was. I don't know. And the only way we will be able to look at that is to look at, first of all, excess death and see if heat's related to excess death in certain age groups. And then once we have the cause data, kind of see what causes them.
Thanks, Anne. That's Lisa from ESAC. So sorry, I know we've talked about this, but the non-optimum temperature, it can be far more nuanced. We can bring in humidity, we can bring in winds. There are indices like that, which will highlight the really cold, windy nights versus those hot, humid days. And I think there's more from the climate side that we can bring in to help really resolve the differences.
Yeah, so I mean, we are sort of going over into this mini workshop because I do raise that question there, and it would be really interesting to. Well, I'm going to show you what data we have, and then we can discuss how we could, we'll take further. No, we've got to do that whole complicated process, like I showed you. We've got date of death. So we know which day the death happened and where they happened. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the talk. It's perhaps a somewhat provocative question, but based on what you showed, should we expect that as temperatures increase, fewer people die?
Well, it's a good question, actually. I think, look, the Global Burden have done some future scenario, whatever. And while there will be reduced deaths due to some causes, and in some areas there will be increased, and I think, in other areas, and I think that there will be a bigger increase than decrease. But, do we really know?
Hello, thank you, Dr. Very insightful presentation. Really appreciate it. I would like to put it to you. I've not conducted any research at all, but I have a strong hypothesis that there is probably an increasing number of mental illnesses following extreme events. I'm thinking of the many extremes that have been affecting our region. Resulting in destruction of infrastructure, houses you would have seen in April, how houses were destroyed in Durban, how wealth is washed away. If you have a head of cattle and it's all washed away, even if you survive the fire, I would assume that you are not okay.
Yeah.
Or if you lose family members and so on, you yourself survive, but I would assume that there's probably a brewing an increasing number of mental cases due to extremes. You lose your crop, you lose your livestock, that's your wealth. It is all you yourself survive. But I would assume we want the same after that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, the reason our unit focuses on mortality because we understand it and we've got robust data going back many years. The morbidity data in South Africa is not as well established as, in past years. So I'm not sure of mental health information. I mean, we can pick up suicides or, that sort of thing, but we wouldn't pick up anything like increased admissions, for mental health. And our services are so lacking anyway. I'm not sure that we would really be able to establish that. So, yeah.
That's a fascinating issue. There might be ways to get at that by looking at sales of medication.
Yeah, if people get to
or consultation, healers, or whatever the case may be. You just need to look at it. There's also the concept of climate anxiety, which is not understand. It's not related to real thing, actually.
Yeah, thanks. Morning, colleagues. Morning, Doc. From a social sciences perspective. So what? That's where I'm getting to. So now that we know the leading cause of death is related to the social conditions, socio-economic case. Then from a risk management point of view, we've got risk exposure. Then we've got risk mitigation and risk reduction. All that leads up to maybe behavior modification, training and development, that kind of issues. But my question is, how do you personally, or the feeling of your institution about the NHI as a preventative, as a support mechanism? Thanks.
Okay, I've got to be a little careful about what I say here. So first of all, I think the concept of an NHI is absolutely admirable, and we need that. We're spending, gosh, I think it's something like 80% of our medical expenditure is on 17% of the population. So one small proportion of the population is getting excellent health care, 80% are not. So that's the scenario we're operating in. So how do you get it more equal? The NHI is an attempt to do that. And I think our position is that the health services need to first be, improved and staffed and all of that before we could consider, moving across to that. So that's, don't quote me, but that's sort of how we feel about it. In theory, it worked really well in Britain until they started cutting the NHS. It really did work well. So, yeah.
I'm going to pull it for now. Really grateful for that input. It's been fascinating and obviously stimulating for us to listen to and think about. We have two activities for you guys after tea. And I'd also like to try and squeeze in Sarah's talk from yesterday. So what I think we will do is have a tea break. I'll call you back. And then Pam has got some questions which I'll help facilitate engagement with you guys. We'll see how far that goes and if it's interesting and helpful for us. And we'll let it run as long as it naturally can. And then I just got one little item I need to deal with about reaches of me, which I'll consult with you on. And then you will go to lunch, which might be a bit earlier. And then we'll put in Anna's Sarah's talk, someone in that process. So not long to go, but thank you all very much. And thanks very much to you. Excellent. All right. Call you back at 11 o'clock. Thanks.
Announcement, personal announcement. Did someone pick up a laptop charger by any chance yesterday in the other room? No. The rotten.
Right?
Hello, and welcome to my presentation, which is focused on simulating the economic.
No. Okay, everybody. And I ask everyone to settle down. Right. Yes, thank you. They're both over here. Okay, everybody. So we are in the last hour and a half thereabouts of the week. I'm very glad to announce. And we want to do two things. And again, these are things we'll see how they go. It's great that we have. But Pamela and I met earlier last week and discussed this idea of, given the fact that the room is populated more by climate people than by medical people, we will ask the medical people of the climate people, climate people, some here. So Pam is prepare a few questions and we will talk them out and see if we can help with the thinking. Okay.
Let's see how this goes. But a lot of the questions that you asked during my session earlier, relate to what I was going to show you now. So if we go back to what we need to calculate attributable burden for, say, non-optimal temperature, so the burden of disease we will be doing, as I say, with the limitation of that, say, having released up to 2018, then out. Yeah. So the outcomes of the disease is related to non-optimal temperature. We can do a literature review. We've got the GBD 12 outcomes. There may be more. We can look into that. The prevalence of the exposure to non-optimal temperature in South Africa by district level, we don't have, and we're hoping to be able to get that from the climate scientists. However, we decide to define whatever temperature indicator we decide to use. And then there are relative risks for heat and cold from the burden of disease, the global burden of disease study, which was done in, I don't understand it at all. So they do have these exposure response curves, which we could use, but I'm not convinced that they would be, you know, I think we need to check and see whether they're the same in South Africa. And then the other thing we would need to do is, you know, define what is our theoretical minimum risk exposure level. And yeah, so let's go back to those. I'm just going to quickly tell you what mortality data is. So I've mentioned Statistics South Africa. They produced an annual cause of death data report, and they release the data set as well. And from that data, we can get age, sex, district of death, plus minus, date of death, and the cause of death, underlying cause, plus multiple causes. The district data is problematic. The boundaries keep changing, and sometimes they forget to, in the data series, to go all the way back to, you know, first. So there are issues there, and I've mentioned the problems with the causes. So we probably, yeah, we need to sort of make a plan for that. Very long delay before release, the latest was 2018. But it includes all deaths, those with and without an ID number, so South Africans and foreigners who died here. The other data source that we've been relying on heavily during COVID for excess death calculations is the National Population Register from the Department of Home Affairs. So basically all deaths for people with South African ID numbers get registered onto the National Population Register at the Department of Home Affairs. And for that, we've got a very brief sort of, we've got a few data variables. So we've got age, sex, date of death, place of death, office of registration, and then we've got a very broad cause group into natural or disease causes and unnatural causes, the injuries. So we've only got those two. So district is not available, and the magisterial districts don't talk to the health districts. And there's no detailed cause of death, and we're missing the deaths that are from people with South African ID numbers. But the data is near real time, and we can get it from them. And we've used that to monitor excess deaths. Okay, so I'm showing you here what we basically, we set this up at the beginning of 2020. And these are all the provinces. The orange line is the predicted baseline, which was based on data from 2014 to 2019. And then the black is the National Population Register data adjusted for completeness and for the missing SA items. So you can clearly see the first four waves of COVID, and then it's done various, you know, things, seasonal things probably. And yeah, you can't really see where it's going above the predicted, but this winter, we had in some provinces 80-year-olds going over the predicted for that age for a couple of weeks. We think that is cool. Then this is a rich plot for the P-score of weekly death. So the P-score is the observed death over the predicted. So it gives you that difference. And I just want to point out, I know it's very and you know, we knew about the heat wave, we knew about the heat stroke. So we had a closer look at that data. So here, these are weekly days daily. Sorry, I'm going to the data, and then up till I think, shortly after we noticed this, to the fifth week of the 2023, the FVD. And the blue line is 0 to 14 years. So there was absolutely hardly, nothing that we can see there. 15 to 59, which is where we would expect it to see a peak for the heat stroke, the workers. But in the 60 plus, we saw this big peak, and it's going up from 125, sort of running along 125 to 200 dead, increase, excess dead over that period. So, as I mentioned, this is weekly data. We have got the database, so we could do this daily and plotting against temperature. Okay, so that's how we looked at that. Okay, so a couple of questions. So, what diseases and injuries result from non-optimal temperature, and how can we identify those? I suppose that this is more a question for us, but maybe you guys have some ideas. I mean, I suppose it's a matter of seeing how big the impact is of temperature on mortality admissions. We will be looking at mortality. I don't know if anybody's got any ideas.
It's just run through the questions.
Okay.
And then I'm going to let people think.
Okay. So then the other question which definitely came up was, are there any other climate, environmental factors that might affect the impact of non-optimal temperatures on health? Humidity, precipitation, wind, and then confounders like air pollution. And if so, are there indicators that incorporate this factor? And then we need an estimate of the relative risk of non-optimal temperature for disease or mortality. Is there local data, or can we use international estimates? And then are there likely to be regional differences in relative risk or minimum mortality temperature, or PMREL? And how do we decide what geographical unit is optimal? Bearing in mind that we really can't get much lower than this.
And I'm usually the person who asks stupid questions, and so I'm going to represent those that have some questions here, hopefully. On the clarity on these, we ask people to think about them. So obviously you said what disease injuries result from non-optimal temperature. As you say, it's more of a medical question, but there is a question I have about that, which I will ask later. The second question, are there any climate and environmental factors that might affect the impact of non-optimal temperatures on health that you can think of that the medical people might not have? Okay. So this is where the climate scientists tell the medical people what we can produce. And we don't know if it's useful in the medical field, but let's think about measures of non-optimal temperature. And I'm thinking about the conversation we had earlier in the week about dry hot days, for example, as opposed to wet hot days and things like that. Okay, so that's one thing we could think about. And then are there indicators that incorporate these factors? So do we have ready-made indicators that we could possibly offer? 3, we need an estimate of the relative risk of non-optimal temperatures. Now, when you say the relative risk, I don't know that's a term that we are all very familiar with, but are you talking about forecasts? Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, it makes sense. So I'm not sure that we're in a position to address that by all means, but maybe what we can think about also is the kind of products that we could produce that can be used to develop and to estimate the relative risk. So what forecasting ability do you have at what time and space scales would be interesting to know. Which again, I mean, the way I'm going to represent you here, think is in terms of forecasts. I mean, looking back at, But looking back also, we can do that. I think. So are there local data and what are the best ones that we can use to do that? And then the last one is the regional differences. And that would be also an interesting question. Relative risk or minimum mortality. Just what do we mean by minimum mortality temperature? Aha. Aha. Now that makes sense. Yeah, and then how do we establish? Hello? Because you said your issue is that you hit district levels back. And when you, and just be
Yeah. 52. There are a number of local municipalities within a district. Okay. And there are 200 and something local municipalities.
okay, so the question which I think we can also try to address is what kind of resolution we could get around the temperature question. Okay. So what I propose is, unless there are questions, more questions about interpretation of these questions, I'm going to ask you just to take a piece of paper or note, think about what you would say if you were in conversation with Pam at the coffee shop. Okay. And I'll give you a few minutes to think about that. And then I'm going to ask you to sit together again in a pair and talk to each other for a little bit, and then we'll get some feedback. So let's give you a few minutes to think about that, please. Oh, no. Question coming back. One more, one back. Yeah. Can you read them? If you can't, come forward. Okay. So you've got a few minutes just to consider what you might think are useful answers as climate people to these questions. And I want to waste time. Let me stop talking. All right. Talking. I'll give you 1 more minute to see a few conversations going on. You'll finish. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Um, let's do this vox pop. Okay, who feels they got something to say to start with? You can start with any question. Good, Francois.
You're asking questions, they're supposed to be giving you answers.
I would just like to ask, can you please have just another look at that graph of the excess steps? I would like to.
Yeah, sure. Which one? This one?
That one that shows the peak for the plus 60-year-old. Oh, thanks.
So these are weekly dates.
Yeah.
So that you know, these are by every week, but we could do them by day.
Thank you. And what was the date for that peak, more or less? What week was that?
It was the 3, 4, and sorry, 2, 3, and 4. So between the second, third, well, like the 3 weeks, the last 3 weeks of January.
Right.
I
Thank
don't
you
know
very
what
much.
the dates I've got somewhere, but
Sure.
yeah.
Sure. So thank you very much for that, Pamela. And I would just like to say, colleagues, I think this is one of the most important graphs we've seen in the last 5 minutes. And it confirms what we've been expecting to see. But it's a staggering result. And we should be extremely concerned about the fact that we are now moving into El Nino, where the heat waves are likely to be more severe than in January this year. That was a severe heat wave. But we will likely have more of that this coming summer. And I don't think anything has changed for our elderly people in the informal housing and for our farm workers in the orchards and the Northern Cape. Nothing has changed. So it's a concerning result, but from the perspective of understanding the risks that it poses, I think it's very good that we have this type of data. It means excess deaths can help us understand exactly how
makes it
how big-
visible.
makes it
Makes it
really
visible.
visible.
And yeah, it's more difficult to avoid doing something about things that are visible and of course dead.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Thank you. Thanks, Pamela, again for this. And I think this specific graph and this analysis and these data sets give us a clear way to move forward in our work on units. But then just to comment in on the questions we've all been asked to reflect, I would just like to say I think relative humidity is of course really important in terms of how we as humans respond to heat. And the Northern Cape heat is usually a very dry. And of course, along the East Coast, it can be completely different. And there are well-known heat indices that I think enter the equation here. For example, there's for apparent temperature, which in other parts of the world, such as in the United States, have been strongly linked to mortality. So there are different thresholds that have been developed for those specific populations. So one possible way forward is for us to work towards such thresholds in the South African context. It may well depend, of course, from population to population. The last point I would like to make is that exposure is really important, as we all know. So the vulnerabilities are just so much different. For those of us who can live in comfortable environments such as this one, nice air conditioning, versus those who can't, that's a huge factor. And the other one is, of course, the type of work that people do. And I think two clear lines of work for the rich community should really be for outdoor workers. And as we discussed earlier in the week, the Mine Safety Act, for example, will really look after people in open cast mines, but they are not similar laws for outdoor workers in the past, as far as I know. And then secondly, elderly people in informal housing, load shedding, there's not easy access to cool water, a clearly life-threatening situation with these types of heat waves. These are two immediate areas where I think we can have an impact.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot as climate scientists that we can do here. And what's nice about South Africa is because we've got a lot of actual climate data. It might not be current, but we've got data. And so we can bias correct ultimately analysis products to get you to, I would say, a more realistic understanding of what the weather is doing over South Africa. And if we're just doing it at district level, that also makes it easier for us. So this is completely doable from a climate scenario. There are also quite a lot of discomfort indices that we, for instance, if you're using ERA 5, we can calculate these indices, and many of them are already calculated. They're not just the climate indices, the ones that actually include the human physiological responses, etc. So it would be really nice to not just bias correct the error, but bias correct the error and then create indices that we can use, and there'll be a number of them, and see which ones work. Also try and look at, as Francois said, they were developing in Europe. What is the local population's thresholds? It's probably not going to be the thresholds from Scandinavia. So we would need to look at that as well. This is an easier working with temperature kind of data compared to rainfall. And we've got the past data. We've got source data. We've got meaning weather station. We've got reanalysis products. So ERA 5, so it's a modeled, I want to say, the best guess of what the climate was in the past.
So I'm going to throw what's the right expression? Spanner in the works, that's the one. So I'm going to throw a spanner in the works and say, we actually don't have the data to bias correct the ERA 5 data correctly. And to district level, yes, but in our work on microclimates, we can safely say that we're underestimating heat at local level. In a town, in a township, we're not accounting for the surface accurately. We need measurements. So, such as SASREAX, which has air pollution stations all over the country, the Weather Service has these stations, but those are placed according to WMO's standards. We need weather stations in non-WMO standard places, in the middle of the townships, on a paved surface, in an urban valley, to really understand where people are moving, what's the heat, cold, whatever stress is there, and then we can do our bias correction. But that's years of measurements before we can do that fairly confidently in the South African context, across Limpopo to Cape Town.
Just on that one, it's remarkable to say that obviously district level may integrate different socioeconomic groups within district. I don't know how it works here in Cape Town, but it's always been an interesting question for me. Like Khayelitsha, which is an enormous settlement, but on the coastline, which I would argue will moderate temperature fluctuation, versus say inland, like around Stellenbosch, Kaamandi, where temperatures are 20 degrees warmer. So to look at the microclimates would be a really important question not just in terms of mortality, but in all senses, impacts of temperature. Maria, did you have your hand up? Yeah.
Yes, maybe I can just comment on that. We had a local mortality surveillance system in the Western Cape, in the whole of the Western Cape, for a few years until, for the change in regulations on the birth certificates, we had to close it down because we need to obviously let the force. So we do have some data from, I think it's probably about 2000 to 2010 from the city. And the city divided into 8 sub-districts. And we were able to look at mortality rates in Khayelitsha compared with Southern, what. So, I mean, the numbers are going to be a lot smaller, the mortality numbers, but I suppose one could, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, just to say that we do have smaller data for some places. And maybe it's, yeah, and it's only for a number of years. So, unfortunately.
I just wanted to say from epidemiology point of view, I think number 3 and number 4 are possible, given that given that we have data from Statistics South Africa, but I know that it's easily available at city level. So we can still be able to determine relatively using past data and also using mechanism data from South African service. And also for other weather indices that faculty mentioned, for my master's, I tried to look at the health effects of apparent temperature. So I think that for as long as there's availability of data and there's different institutions are willing to work with each other, we can be able to have more local studies and then have better experience rather than just using.
So I think that's what reach.
Yes, just going to say that. I mean, those are the kinds of things that we need to be thinking about. Is trying to, and the whole idea is to get the communities together so that we can do exactly this and learn from each other about our respective needs and capabilities. Indeed. I'm also reminded, AJ, of one of the bits of work that we're trying to do in the ocean, trying to look at coastal economies. This is an analogy, right? Looking at coastal economies and looking at the perturbations in the coastal economies, and then looking in the environmental signal to see if we can explain those perturbations from changes in the marine environment. So this is a kind of a similar concept. You can do it 2 ways. You can look at the extreme events or the heat waves or the heat events or whatever the particular climate variable you're looking at, and then look in the mortality or the mobility data to see if you see that signal reflected, or the other way around. As you suggested, now we've got evidence for excess mortality. Can we explain it by virtue of the heat wave? So, I mean, if we get the data, we can attempt to do those things. I wanted to also just mention that this is my little observation, and that is, as I said earlier, is diurnal temperature variation. So, being a Cape Townian, whenever I go to Joburg in the winter, Victoria in the winter, I'm always struck by the fact that in the morning it's literally freezing. In the afternoon, you're wearing a t-shirt. And I just wonder whether that's another thing to think about. Maybe it's irrelevant, but it's just one climate parameter that, temperature range is on the level of sharing. But that's more temperature variability over days. But I'm talking about diurnal range is potentially one factor.
Sandy's done with using diurnal temperature. Yeah, and looking at mortality. I'm trying to get my head around what diurnal temperature means and with it different in winter, I'm getting the season. Yeah,
so I mean, from my point of view, I think that in the Highveld temperature range in the winter, it's great in the summer. And in the Western Cape, it's generally less variation, diurnal variation. So it will vary by space and time of the season. And it'll be interesting to look at that. And then, of course, there are the climate zones, so with the long-term question about interannual variability and which summers have seen more deaths, excesses, which summers haven't, in terms of heat, and which events, which are Niños have not. Other comments, please.
Thanks very much. So in terms of the temperature difference between your minimum and your maximum temperatures, if you think of heat wave days, and I think if I have it correctly, in the European countries, maybe Great Britain, they can maybe comment if I'm correctly. If your minimum temperatures are quite high, let's say 20 degrees Celsius, and your maximum is also around about 30, then the impact is higher compared to when you have a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 30, because your body can't cool down overnight. And that's when you get the most deaths, if I have it correct. So that is the more important factor, is high minimums, high maximums, because your body just can't cool down. And then I think that's one factor. And another thing is, for example, if you think about very cold, wet and windy conditions, your impact on your livestock is also negatively affected. You get your animals getting hypothermia. So in a sense, maybe with your vulnerable communities outside, especially your homeless, they might also be affected. We know of one case of a gentleman that passed away earlier this year due to those type of weather conditions. So the combination of weather parameters is also been very important.
The comments and questions about the question? Recently.
It's one thing. I think it would be really nice to get a group of masters and honors students onto this kind of work. It's not groundbreaking climate science, but this is incredibly useful kind of analysis. So those who have students, yeah, I don't have students, so I can't do this, but if you do have students, I would encourage you to try and encourage them into this field.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure how accurate I'm gonna say. So for point number 2, environmental factors, one that I can think of is vegetation. So a more vegetated place sort of maybe cool, the area and regulate the temperature there compared to like a less desert area. So yeah, vegetation is one factor to consider, as well as maybe urban heat, and yeah, that also plays a big role.
That is interesting. I think there's quite a lot of work going on around urban heat and cities. People are looking at that, some city stuff. And the question about vegetation, the role of vegetation is interesting as well. The problem here is going to be resolution, because if we get a district, I assume you have greener districts than others. But again, that'll be the geographic and spatial kind of element of it. And then maybe one can go to 1 or 2 or 3 districts or a district per climate zone and go deeper into that district and try and get the higher resolution as examples of what's going on within a district, intra-district surveys.
When talking about climate zones, would one expect a different temperature, minimum mortality temperature in different climate zones, as well as people being climatized, or, I don't know, being a hot area, so people are already heat resilient.
So that's very interesting. An answer to that in a short sentence is yes, but I think it's more complicated than because
we're gonna have to simplify.
No, because it's there'll be variability. I mean, look over a valley, by a hill, by But I mean, climate zones generally have characteristics. That's why they are climate zones. But the whole concept of climate zones is a question, itself. And then I know what Francois wants to say, and that is what we regard as a minimum now won't always be that minimum. The problem is that it's changing. So it's very important to get kind of attribution now at the kind of current climate or previous climate, because relatively speaking, we may not get the kinds of winters we got before. We might get warmer winters. And again, some of the malaria modeling shows that the biggest impact is not in the summer, but in the winter. Because winter levels are generally low, the rising minimum temperatures in winter are in fact causing the greatest increase in mobility. And so there's all these questions, there's thousands of questions. Did you want to say something? So it's not universal. Yeah, it doesn't have the resolution. Right.
Besides, of course, the devices.
Yeah. But I'm interested to know now whether we're talking about people who are used to and are physiologically adapted to living in high temperatures versus people who are not. So I'm translocated from Cape Town to Andrew, I'm looking at you. Hector, we changed jobs because of the temperature. Whether there's genuinely an adaptation. I mean, I could of course be behavioral, right, rather than physiological. But that's interesting as well. Susceptibility to accessibility to air conditioning.
I think that's why yeah.
Yes.
No, in Europe, they have got much worse impact of heat because they don't have heat and much lower impact of cold. Whereas the US, they've got both.
And then what happens if you step out of a cold one into an awfully hot day? Okay, I'll take one or two more comments before we close out.
Thank you very much. I just want to find out what the source of your data is on that graph, the Northern Cape graph. And do we have that kind of data for other provinces? And then my other comment is about the physiological aspect that you presented earlier. So we already know who the vulnerable communities or people are. Those heat strokes and heat exhaustion and effects of heat waves are continuing now in decades. Do they manifest like equally across the vulnerable community? So somebody so a child, for example, would a child have the same physiological effects as an adult? I didn't think that would be the case, but so why do we identify them as common on vulnerable communities to
Look, at this stage, we're just trying to work out the sort of the big picture. But obviously during that, if we start looking at the data, we can look at it by age, we can look at it, by gender. Apparently women are more resilient to heat than men. I don't know if that's true in terms of heat stroke. But I haven't, haven't looked into that. So I just back to the data. So we have got daily mortality data, date of death, of all the deaths that happen in register data where we get the weekly data dump of the deaths that were registered previously. Again, we've got the date of death, so we have today, but age, the office where they were registered, the home affairs office, and the place or the province of death. So, but that's sometimes they put, you know, a farm name or something, and you don't know where that is. So you've got to look at the office. So there's problems with the spatial data, geographic data. And as I said, the magisterial districts don't have the same boundaries as the health districts, for whatever reason. But we have that data, we've got it for all the provinces, and we have it going back to the early 2000s. This system was set up for the HIV, when the HIV epidemic started, and we could see this death going up and up and up in the 15-year-old age groups. But, you know, the causes, there wasn't just coming out, and that's why the government refused to accept that it was HIV and we needed to roll out the LPs. So, and we also were 5 years behind with the cause date. So that was the other reason. So this was set up, and then with COVID, which obviously, you know, HIV is a year on year, it's where with COVID, you've got these rapid sort of waves. So we set that up to get the data. But it's missing the 10 or 15% of people that do not have a South African ID number. We did not pick up that fire in Johannesburg in that building. There were 70 people or whatever, I think, died in there because those were foreigners mostly. And so they didn't show up on the national population levels. They'll show up in, you know, in the status A data one day in, you know, future when we get access to it. So yeah, so we have this, we've got age, yeah, we can do that. I mean, we need to figure out what's important, how it's important, who needs what, you know, that we can get all this way with that.
I know you've got 2 more slides I'd like us to see, but before you show those, okay. I have 2 questions for you. One is just incidental. Is it correct to say that HIV, which has been the biggest challenge in South Africa, health challenge, is on the back burner? Why do we hear so little about HIV? And secondly, is there a relationship between farmers and children? Well, there's a climate going on. One more question, and that is, what's the data like in our neighboring countries relative to South Africa? Is it worse or better? Is it worse? So if you wanted to do something like this, you said it right, would that be
Namibia may have reasonable data. I'm not sure about Botswana and Zimbabwe used to, but in Mozambique, they were working on it. So it might be good now, but I don't, you know, they were just reporting deaths from hospitals at one stage. I'm not sure how far they've got to get, but all that trouble there. So I don't know. But I mean, we are one of the countries in Africa that's got, you know, one of the best civil registration and business footprints in terms of reporting deaths.
And that's NIH. No, you're going to say something. NIH. Yes. I'm not NIH. Never mind. Thank you very much, Pamela. That's really amazing. Okay, so we're almost done, folks. It is now um, 10 to 12. And I would like to use this opportunity to give you Sarah Ross' presentation. If you will allow me. It's on a PowerPoint, and I'm going to. So here it comes. Are you ready? Okay.
Hello, and welcome to my presentation, which is focused on simulating the abnormally hot conditions that occurred during January 2023. So that occurred earlier this year. And what I really want to focus on in my presentation is why was this an interesting period to focus towards a simulation, and also why is this simulation important, especially in the context of the work that I'm undertaking at the ARC, and particularly towards product development. So that I would like to focus on a bit of a background to the event. So January was not that long ago, even though the year is really just like whizzing on by. And if we can all, especially those of us who were in Southern Africa, somewhere in Southern Africa at this time, if we can all just sit back and think about, what were the conditions like? And at the start of January, conditions were fairly cool. And coming up to the 9th of January, temperatures started warming. And temperatures warmed quite substantially, and temperatures were quite high during this period. On average, they were about 1.5 degrees warmer than normal. And this is the average over the full Southern Africa area. And it wasn't the full area that was experiencing very hot conditions. So you can imagine just how hot conditions were during this period. Why did we experience such anomalously high temperatures? Well, the Botswana high pressure system was one of the factors driving these conditions. And during this period, it was at an abnormally high intensity, and was also very persistent in lasting. Another factor that caused these abnormally high conditions, hot conditions, was at the surface. At the surface, we had this low pressure system and a trough pretty much in the Angola low areas placement. So it was an Angola low system that was essentially pulling down and pushing down warm air from the tropics down into Southern Africa. And another thing was that the Indian Ocean high pressure system was also quite strong during this period. So all of this set us up for some really hot conditions. And for us, if you recall back, some of you might have felt, and particularly depending on where you were, some of you might have felt some heat stress symptoms like heat stroke or headaches or just dehydration or even just fatigue. And this is starting to pull the picture of why this period was very interesting for me to simulate. Of course, the atmospheric circulation patterns are interesting, and it's really important to see, how the Botswana high, as well as the occurrences that it can for, as well as the atmospheric circulation patterns near the surface, how do these interlink and bring about abnormally hot conditions, especially now, given that our temperatures are rising quite substantially over Southern Africa. So that it's valuable to understand, how circulation patterns basically form to give us these abnormally hot conditions during periods. Another really important factor, and especially being somebody who works for the Agricultural Research Council, is the fact that during this period, at least 5 farm workers died. These deaths occurred during the 18th to the 20th of January. And what was very interesting there is that when you look at the mean conditions of the UTCI, being the Universal Thermal Comfort Index, we see that where these farm workers died was actually a region where we actually had the highest levels of heat stress occurring. So looking at the daily mean, and the daily mean considers all hourly values, and so that's considering also the cooler conditions at night, as well as considering the hotter conditions during the day. So it mutes out any extreme patterns, and it provides us with a more muted signal of heat stress. Whereas when you look at the daily maximum, which is essentially just pulling out the hourly value per grid cell with the highest value during each of the days. When you look at this, we see that actually conditions were quite extreme. Over a large proportion of this western region of Southern Africa, there was very strong heat stress levels, and at least for the remaining other regions, there was heat stress in almost all instances, and many of these regions were characterized by strong heat stress. So it was a very hot period, and it was associated with substantial heat stress levels. So this is why, this period is very interesting for me, because when we think of farm workers and when we think of agriculture, it's always a focus of how are conditions being, how can we improve on favorable maize yields, or how can we, or what is the influence of climate change on livestock patterns or any cropping activities. But often those who are working towards cropping and working towards looking after livestock, often they are neglected. And this is a reason as to why, I really am focusing some of my work on farm workers and farm workers' heat stress. And this is because, they're outdoor workers, and they too matter in light of climate change and increasing temperatures and increasingly unfavorable conditions towards stronger heat stress. So focusing even further, when we consider just the average conditions that occurred during the period for which these farm workers died, i.e. the 17th to the 20th of January, we see that first off, that there were the highest levels of heat stress. The highest average levels of heat stress occurred during this period. And if you just look at the average conditions across Southern Africa for this period, you see that the region was at least under the influence of moderate heat stress. And in South Africa, there's in Southern Africa, there's not yet an understanding of what level of heat stress related to this Universal Thermal Climate Index is actually linked to more deaths relating to heat stroke. So there's still so much research open towards understanding heat stress across Southern Africa. And one of the ways in which we can better understand this is through simulations. We can run simulations to essentially replace the missing observed data, because with that Universal Thermal Climate Index, it's hard to use weather station observations. In fact, it's almost impossible to use weather station observations because not all the variables are properly measured. So we need model data, and we need to use reanalyses type data. And this is one of the reasons behind why I've decided to simulate this period. So for this, I've used the CFS version 2 data, the 6-hourly product that is at a resolution of 0.2 degrees. And I ran a simulation from the 3rd to the 31st of January. And what I'm really trying to do with this simulation is to understand how the Botswana high pressure system developed during this period, as well as the surface, the nearer to surface conditions. How did these promote hotter conditions? And can we use the outputs of the model to basically model and to quantify thermal comfort conditions? And then I also am very curious to see how the Botswana high dissipated at the end. You know, how did temperatures decline after that? And to evaluate the data set, so far I'm using the error 5 reanalysis, but at a later stage I'll be using the station data. So I've used the WAF model to simulate this period. I've looked at the Southern African region of 5 to 52 degrees south and 0 to 60 degrees east. It also considers the adjacent oceans, more so towards the eastern parts, just because, you know, I really am curious about the Indian Ocean high pressure system. The resolution is at an 8-kilometer grid spacing at 34 vertical levels. And I've used physical parameterizations that are based on previous studies. But what's really interesting about these is that most of these studies are rainfall-based studies. There are very few temperature-based studies. So one aspect of the simulation is I want to look at how radiation, the long wave and the short wave radiation actually impact on the simulation. So I haven't got a lot of results because, of course, you know, with running models, you know that these can be naughty and they can just be quite difficult and they misbehave. So it has taken a lot of effort to really get the simulation to work out nicely, and just focusing on those conditions for the 17th to 20th of January. I really just want to focus in here on how the WAF model performed in terms of simulating temperatures compared to the error 5 reanalysis. And at a first glance, you can see that, you know, the spatial patterns are fairly similar, but there are very distinct differences. And of course, this is going to owe to the resolution of both of the data sets. But, you know, this also calls for comparing the WAF model output to station-based data, so that, you know, we can see this and see how this model performed. Now the real thoughts behind it is, so what do I want to do next? So I've not really finished up analyzing the results. I also want to next consider more of the atmospheric circulation patterns. And as I mentioned, I'd like to calculate thermal comfort, and particularly the Universal Thermal Climate Index, and perhaps some other indices to really compare and contrast against these indices. And I've mentioned I would like to play around with the physical parameterizations to see if this is on the simulation. But why am I running this type of a simulation? Well, it's really towards developing a thermal comfort warding system at the ARC. And as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, is that farm workers and the actual agricultural workers are often neglected in climate change studies, and it's more so focused on crop yields and livestock. And, you know, I really want to just acknowledge the farm workers, and I'd like to direct my research towards that, really focusing on how they can perhaps change their working hours and various different thoughts there towards trying to create a safer working environment despite the impact on climate change. And we've started at the ARC developing types of weather risk products, and this is with Dr. Johan Malhaber and Mr. Philip Bierkes. They're really the drivers behind this, and I'm just a brain thing, add thermal comfort to it. But yeah, this is all there. And why is such a system so important? Well, our temperatures are very strongly impacted, for instance, by the El Nino Southern Oscillation, and so are thermal comfort patterns. And during El Nino periods, thermal heat stress levels are exacerbated and they are increased in intensity as well as extent. So I would like to just bring us back to the consideration of the upcoming season and the fact that there is an established El Nino event, and that we should all take care in light of heat stress conditions. And with that, I would like to say thank you very much.
Is there anything anyone would like to say about the presentation? Yes, please.
Thank you. Thanks for indulging all my question, everyone. So just for Sarah, whenever you listen to this, if you Google it now, if I remember, I have the setup in my name list as well. It's a Air Force weather option that you can turn on and off in the name list, and that essentially calculates heat stress for you, which you can just probably tweak a little bit if you go into the physics of that specific scheme inside the model setup. So there is a heat stress option, but it increases your runtime quite significantly because they calculate a lot of other indices useful if you're a military and your stuff. And then I think what I wanted to say when Pam was speaking and Sarah kind of showed it, and I think it touches on work Lewis has also been doing, is that you need to understand larger scale circulation systems as well. So we might talk about heat, the temperature that we're feeling in the here and now, but for instance, it's a berg wind that causes the heat, or it's high pressure system, stability. So for me, the pressure systems, the larger scale circulation, so it's very important to consider the dynamics around that.
I'll make sure she gets that. Any other comments, question? All right, we're going to leave it there. So that brings us to the end of our academic program around this topic. And I am going to, I've got lunch at 12:30. So for the next 10 or 15 minutes, I just want to consult with you briefly. And so I need to put up a slide and I look at the projector. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. Yeah. Okay. So we did this yesterday. That's very silly. We did this yesterday, and I'm not going to go through this exact same process. But in taking this idea of a consortium or an alliance of research forward, I do want to ask whether there's any ideas, and we already had a couple here this morning, about the idea, for example, of DISA getting some of the younger emerging students or master students or becoming students together as a group from across the country, eventually. We might be interested in some specific research around climate and heat, and then to get the conversation with this kind of conversation with them, and we get some real project work out of it, and we'll set that in motion. But what I will say is that I've been kind of promoting the idea of this REACH consortium for the last year, since our meeting in January, and I've sat in the Department of Health's Climate Adaptation Committee on a few occasions, and there's strong buy-in from the DOH, mostly because the DOH themselves are seeking to develop a research strategy. And so they see this as a potential vehicle for achieving that. And that's one of the things that we can do. So what I'm going to ask you to think about while I talk is if you can suggest any specific activities that you think we should be doing with REACH in 2024. And again, so that's really the only question I want us to answer right now. And otherwise, you know, we can consult other ways, but I just wanted to see whether people have got any ideas of how we can take REACH forward, bearing in mind a few things. One is the survey that Malebo and I attempted, and to reiterate what we said about the survey yesterday was that we don't feel it's adequately developed yet, and that we don't have what we want from it. So I think that one of the activities we will embark upon is to take that further, as we suggested yesterday, in a more face-to-face way. In other words, we'll have to run a series of interviews with the various groups of people that have an interest in this and gather more data more directly rather than asking people to respond. The other challenge we have is how to address this problem beyond just the clinical side of things. So as we saw yesterday, the categorization of climate and health goes way beyond clinical into a variety of different medical science fields, including education and things like pharmacology and what the others were right now. So those are things we need to do, sure. And then I also want to promote this idea that in the framework of climate services, again, this is the thing that I'm the disciple of climate services now, that there need to be the creation of user interface platforms. Now, exactly who the users are in the context of this sector is a bit more difficult to define, because ultimately the users are patients, right? But I guess what we're talking about is users who are in a medical field. And as we heard from Pamela today, it's clearly a two-way conversation. There's a lot we can learn by just listening to what research has been done and what questions they have, and vice versa. I think there's a lot that the medical fraternity can hear and listen and learn in conversation. I know Pam and CSAG are already talking, but of course there are many other opportunities for such conversations. And so I do believe that climate and health can be a very clear area to work as an example of how a user interface platform can work in the framework of climate services. I think that's something that we really should push. And there is general support for this in the Department of Health. Then to say that the idea at this stage, it's kind of a few of us that are pushing this along, but the key institutions in REACH are the Medical Research Council, because they have the research mandate, the Weather Service, because they have the climate early warning mandate. Well, we heard that there's a slight reinterpretation of that. And then obviously the Department of Health, and in particular the NICD. Now, we don't have representation in this meeting today from the council. But in terms of surveillance, the surveillance unit in particular are very interested in trying to develop a surveillance system for climate impacts on health. But they really need this conversation to be able to design them. So those are the key tenets, which are the three institutions that have the key mandate. But obviously, equal partnerships with those three anchor tenants are with anyone in any institution who are interested in climate and health. And so we have to try to push that forward. And again, I want to mention one more thing, and that is this very complex relationship between institutional mandates, individual institutional mandates, and the idea of doing something as a national effort, and the tension between those two things. It's quite a difficult one to have in there. So that's my point. I mean, I'm convinced personally that there's a space for reach. And those are the kinds of things we will pursue. But I would like to hear from others what they may think are things that we could do with reach. I mentioned what one of the I said it yesterday. There is a regular climate and health seminar series being run by Inga Father at UP, because it's online. So, any views or opinions about what we should do with reach, what we can do, what we're not doing? Any views? No, none. That's just okay. Thank you, Dan.
So I'm just musing now, but I've got a nice diagram showing sort of the public health, sort of where we would fit in the sort of research that's required. And perhaps what one could do is take that as, it starts with the basic relationships between temperature and mortality or whatever, and then moves on to adaptation and all of that, which you guys know much more about than I do. But perhaps we should be identifying the priorities that and the most feasible things that we could look at now with data that we have got now, and perhaps try and get, I don't know, some sort of flow and see what do you call it, a stakeholder map or something, showing who's doing what and where they fit in, but on a sort of a flow diagram rather than, in lists. And then perhaps from there one could work out a sort of rational way to approach it.
Again, I would see that in my world, I'm going to say it's my world, I would love to see a research strategy for the climate and health, which is a communal document that tells us pretty much what the criteria are for priorities is, what's feasible, what's necessary, what's urgent, would be really, really important to do. But that is ultimately where I think it would be of great value if we could produce such a thing. So that's definitely one way to start. But I like that you use the pronoun we, because that means you're in.
Yeah, I have to say I kind of agree with Pam. It's a new partnership. And so we don't actually even know who's doing what. So to actually get a flow diagram of, this institution is working with this institution on this topic versus that one, there might already be duplication. There might already be, two projects in South Africa doing the same thing and we don't know about it. So just to have a landscape, understand what is the landscape, who are the role players, who's actually, who's already done the thing that I'm about to try and do.
I'm very glad you said that. You also said we. That's good to know. I mean, our attempt, our noble attempt to try and get a picture of that has not yet produced results. But I think we will think again about that, again in consultation, to try and figure out precisely what that's ultimately we want to know. But indeed, who's doing what and who's not doing what relative to some scheme, some framework is going to be a critical element of, but really it's a starting point. Totally agree. I'm glad you said it. Did you learn anything or did you do it in your head? Yeah, I mean, she's making the point that even within institutions, it's hard to know who's doing it.
So are the demographers possibly interested or working on related things? And would that be a necessary link as well?
Stuff and sort of trying to map out the mortality by district. So that'd be very keen. And they're busy looking at the census at the moment. So, and there are probably the people the best in
Karen, thank you.
There's one thing that might be interesting. Working at the kind of national level actually does make it easier. A project we're doing is trying to work at an African level, and it's so hard because of the POPIA Act. You know, this health data, sensitive data, and you get into massive legal, ethical issues. Sharing data is just nightmarish. So if we can get a whole bunch of South African institutions to work together, it just will be easier and faster and more productive.
Lisa for chair.
We are struggling with POPIA as well. And in fact, one institution approached the information regulator for prior permission to access patient identifiers, which we need at the moment because we don't have a patient number. So to link deaths with patients, you have to have an ID number and work in the So a whole long story. And the information regulators sort of said, you know, you don't actually need to ask for prior permission for this. This is for the public good. It's under those two sections. So we mustn't let the data holders or the gatekeepers, you know, we need to fight that. And you have to make sure that you fulfill those 9 or 8, whatever conditions, and you need to show that your institution is geared up to do that. But I believe we could do it. And if we do it as a, you know, as a collaboration or whatever, we probably get, you know, better, you know, results.
Blankets. How do you get approval from the person who's deceased? That's knowledge. You can? Okay. No, I understand. The transaction cost must be enormous. I see. So there's ethics and there's property. 2 things, right? Yeah. Okay. Any other ideas that you have for what we should do next year? And again, I'm appealing. I've already got 2 volunteers. I'm appealing for people that want to sit on this committee just to help make this happen. So again, I'm not going to ask you to put your hand out. I'm going to email you afterwards and ask whether you are doing it. So, AJ, I'm going to call it. What's the time now? Okay, that counts. That's half past. It's like Wednesday and Saturday. August is the same. Folks, this brings us to the end of this part of the workshop and therefore to the end of the meeting. Just to reflect, we've had the 2 days of SASREAX, and then we had the 1.5 days of Sierra with Wednesday's panels. Yesterday was some presentations and some discussions and activities. And then today this conversation we've had about climate and health. And it's been a very interesting and valuable and rich 5 days for me. It's exhausting. But I'm super grateful to all of you who have stayed to the end and who have participated and have contributed in different ways. And I just want to end the meeting by thanking some people that AJ just went well. We're going to come back. Well, I'm going to start with those that are here and that are in the room. And I'm starting at the back with Andrew and Ashwin and Taryn, who have helped us through thick and thin, through various load shedding and venue changing crises. And very grateful to you guys for seeing us out and doing a very professional job. So thank you both very much. And to Taryn, who's now disappeared. So she also helped a lot. And I did give them some gifts this morning. It wasn't making them big, stingy. You can show them. Yes, show your gifts. Okay. And then I just want to, Jessica's not here. So Jessica was kind of really a stalwart in making most of this happen. She's a Joburg. She was here on Monday and Tuesday. And Heno, who helped us so much, and basically has more work to do afterwards. And then I want to thank Malebo. And Malebo sort of stood by me as I panicked my way through the last couple of weeks and has helped me with all of that. And we've got lots of gifts, but I've forgotten to give them who it was for. And then, so I don't know if Linda or Melody are here. Where's Melody? She has to come in. Hold on a second. Let's come in, Melody. Linda says she's coming. Okay. Okay. So Melody, that's Melody. So Melody's been amazing. I mean, really amazing. I've never been at a venue where we've had somebody as dedicated and as persistent and as helpful and friendly as Melody has been. So I really am grateful to you for that. And thank you very much. You get a bottle of wine too. There you go. Thanks. And we've got something to. I one more. Yes. Yeah, very good. Yes. Okay, and then we had 3 student helpers, which I want to thank. That is for you guys. So we've got Jesse and Tom and Kaylee. That both gone out. So they've helped us tremendously. And then I wanted to thank Linda, who is the administrator at the department, and she's been totally amazing as well and really, really helpful. And then finally, I'm going to thank Aidan because you hosted us ultimately. So thank you very much, Aidan. Okay, so I think that's it. I think we are done. So thank you all very much. There should be lunch outside, and we shall see you anon. Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Only a pleasure, ma'am. I can't remember when I worked out, but I know I worked with, what's her name, that lady? Linda?
Linda India. Remember that that's when we used to work with science faculty with Sharon Blakeman. It's no longer Sharon Blake, Sharon's got pharmacy. So they used to run a whole lot of events, all the events for science faculty.
Okay, that's it, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but and then she moved now to this department. I give her some.
You perhaps know of a possible sponsor for our youth awards. We're looking for someone to sponsor a budget for a burger for everyone.
The Bobo. That's your Bobo. Is it
No,
the
no, no.
Bobo event?
No, our team. Get on first.
I'll give you a number. When you say I'll give it to you. It's about France here from Stairs. It's an husband's franchise. I want your number. It's another.
Yep. I can't remember if this is my cable or their cable, but now I have a cable like this. But I think it was given my cables. No man, it's their cable. Well, I know I have. Is this your cable? You guys have this cable?
Take it.
Okay, so I'm not sure if it's mine or yours. If
it's not yours, we got enough at the office, so it's fine.
Thank you.
Where's the HDMI cable? You're asking me. You got so many there, just take another one. What's the worst gonna do? Oh, it is this type C. Awesome. I like.
Huh? Oh, type C. I put one on. Type C, but it's got mine is a type C, and then you can plug in USB.
Yeah, now
mine is a no. What I mean is like I've got a type C, like a adapter. So like in my iPad, so if I want to check a USB, so there's like a USB in, so type C in, and then you can plug in.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Like I was on the plane and I watched a game that was televised, and they gave us a copy. So on our way home, I watched the game on my iPad. It was quite cool. I was quite happy to
be able to do that.
Yeah. David just finished. Here's your copy from SuperSport, and then I watch it. Why? Yeah, that's brilliant. Let's practice the clock.
Really quick, fast.
Was it? We can say thank you, Karen.
Is it on the mic? Sorry.
Good.
Yeah, I need. Better, better, better.